It is a great honor and a privilege to introduce Saadia, Bahat, and in Lithuania it was Bokshitzky. And how did you have the name? How did the family get the name Bokshitzky?
Our roots are in a little village near Alytus, the town where I was born, a village named Bokshitzky, and two Jewish families came out of there, from Bokshitzky and Bokshansky. What I remember is my grandfather was fighting that the Bokshanskis shouldn't call themselves Bokshitzky, because Bokshitzky is much more important. I only don't know why it is important. So we were Bokshitzky family, and my father was an only son, but he had an uncle and 4 aunts living in adjacent houses on the main street of Alytus, were belonging to our family. As a small child, I could enter every house there and get sweets and get drinks, because I was. I'm calling it, my English edition of my book is called From Childhood Paradise to Hell and Back, because my childhood really was a paradise. It couldn't be better.
So here's a copy of your book in English, and you've done it in Hebrew and in Lithuanian as well.
Yeah.
And Saadia, when were you born?
Please?
What was the date that you were born?
I was born in 1928. That's not that far away. 1928, July 27. And I had a sister 13 months older than me. So we were a small family. And my father was officially was a lawyer, but he also organized and commanded the voluntary fire brigade. And in 1918, when Lithuania got independence, my father organized the police of Alytus, and he was the chief of the police for some time. Then he was a secretary of the municipal, of the town, secretary of the town. So it was very famous. He's a very complicated story, I would say, but when the Germans occupied Alytus in 1914, 15, when they were leaving Alytus at the end of the war, a group of officers came over and announced that they are going to explode 3 bridges, a railway bridge and 2 bridges for cars, and they are ready not to explode them if they will get some 3 million liters, the Lithuanian money. And as my father knew, he was fluent in German, so he accepted the officers, he gave them to drink and eat, and somehow they signed that they are passing the bridges and the telephone station and the electrical station, passing to my father. So it was very important there. He was very much accepted there.
And can I ask you, Saadia, your father's parents, you've got a beautiful picture of your grandparents.
Those are my father's parents.
Are there many?
Maternal grandparents.
Are there many generations in Lithuania?
Well, I don't know, but I have a copy of the registration of the wedding of Lippe and Breine. Lippe and Breine, in 1862 they were married, and as there was written that the bridegroom was 24 years and all the bride was 22 years, and it's written that the parents of both of them were born and lived in Alytus. So this means that at the beginning of the 19th century, they were already living in Alytus. When they came to Bukshiškai, I don't know. So it's a very old family there. When I met the mayor of Alytus, he made a reception of us. So I told him that I don't know the list of the people of Alytus, but if somebody belongs to Alytus, that's me, because the Bukshinsky family will belong to this town. That's for sure.
And so you have a picture of your home.
Please.
This is a picture of your home.
A picture from home is right there. So we were living downstairs, and the grandparents were living on the second floor.
And you remember your grandparents?
Of course, of course. Not only this, I had an opportunity to meet Breine, my grandfather's mother lived far into the 90s, and she was sick, and we were not allowed to enter her room, but we would knock on her window, and she would open. She would give us sweets in the boxes of her medicine. She would get small boxes of medicine, so she would put sweets, and we met her still.
And the page before, you have a picture of the street.
That's the street. In
Alytus.
That shows in World War I, where the families, Gura, that were already cousins of my father, but that was Chaim Bukshinsky, that's also interesting, and Adelson. So there were, Chaim Bukshinsky was my father's uncle. But Lippe and Breine didn't have a son, Chaim. They had a son, David, but we think that he was sick, and there was a tradition to add the name Chaim. So we knew him as Chaim, but he was born as David. That's for sure. We have registrations of the date is okay, and his daughter was in Netanya, and now we are good friends with her daughter. She lived in Jerusalem until a year ago. Now she lives in Modi'in.
And you said you have a picture of your father?
Yes, my father at the age of 18, I think, and so those are the pictures of.
Now I have to ask you, how did these pictures survive?
So my mother was sending albums to her sister and her brother that lived in Palestine. So when I came over, And then there was a very, very nice, interesting lady. It was the sister of my grandma, of her maternal grandmother. And she was a wonderful woman, and we loved her very much. And in 1933, there was a remount. They were renewing our house, and we were taken to Calvaria to our grandmother. So officially, because we were taken to our grandmother, but her sister was the main thing. And when my sister already learned at school, so she had to come back when the school year started. But I said, I do not want to go. I want to stay some more time with Donna Esther. And that's my father.
Yeah, your father was in the Supreme Court.
That's my father, the court. That's my father as commander of firemen. If you have a good look, we are here, my sister and myself, because they chased us that we shouldn't stand by my father being photographed.
And you remember you had a happy upbringing?
Please?
You had a happy childhood?
Couldn't be better, because my parents were very advanced people, and we could speak with, ask everything of my mother or my father. Then there was something that was called my father's school. On Shabbat, he would lay down to have a rest. My sister and me would come over to lie near him, and we had to prepare questions, and we would ask him, and he would give us entire lectures there. And there are things that I remember. Yes, when I asked him, who is the best composer in the world? He answered me, Beethoven. So I think the same way, but I wouldn't answer it right away. Oh, but I once asked him, how do you make cement? So I said, I don't know. I will have to look up in the book, and next Saturday you will get an explanation. And it was an explanation. Then he was telling us stories that were for weeks, every week. He knew exactly where he stopped. So there was about the Eskimos. So it was going on for months. He was telling us the stories. And we were a very advanced family.
Were you a traditional family? Was it a traditional?
No, traditional were our grandparents. The grandparents of both sides were Orthodox, more or less. My parents were already free. They were not religious.
But did they keep any of the holidays, or?
Please?
Did they keep Shabbat or any of the holidays?
No, but it was kosher. And we had a maid, a Lithuanian maid, and she knew everything, how to do it. So we had dishes for every day, and we had dishes for Pesach. And everything was under command of Rosalia. Rosalia knew. So, and so that's where we lived. My maternal grandparents came from Calvaria. And my mother had 2 sisters and 3 brothers. There were 6 children. And somehow a very nice connection developed between the family of my father and my mother. There were meetings with all the families. It was a very, very nice life, wonderful. And there were traditional holidays that were, I think, Pesach, the Seder was at grandparents, but Shavuot, I think, was in our house. And so they were coming together, and already in those days, in the 1930s, my uncle from Kaunas had a car, so it was simple. He was a doctor, and from the 6 children in my mother's family, there were 4 doctors, medical doctors, 2 of them married doctors. So it was it's a special thing to be in a family of doctors. And there was a meeting. Yesterday I had a very interesting case. He almost died. So that's very, very interesting.
And so you have a picture, I think, of your mother.
Please? Yeah, that's my mother. My mother, there she's with her 2 sisters.
And the one on the right?
Those are the 3 brothers.
The 3 brothers, and those are the 3 sisters. And did your mother study as well?
Yes.
Did your mother study? Did she also...
Every question of yours has a long answer. In 1914, the Russians chased out the Jews from Lithuania, from the guberniate, from the places that were Russian, because Alytus was divided by the river Neman into 2 parts. One part was the Russian and one part was the Polish. So my parents stayed in Lithuania. From Kalvaria, they were chased out, and they were in Ukraine. My mother finished high school in Chernigov. And near the end of the World War I, my mother got very sick with dysentery. So she started medicine, but it was too difficult for her. So she did, but she helped her brother that was in Kalvaria, a famous doctor, and she was very good. She rescued my life once. Yes, when I called her that I was sick, and I called her that I feel very bad, and first of all she gave me codeine, and then he called the doctor. When he came, he said that without codeine, maybe that I wouldn't be anymore there.
I think it took down your temperature. You must have had a very high temperature.
Please?
You could have had a high temperature.
Yeah. Okay. That's my great-grandparents in Kalvaria. That's their home, which looks now this way because now there's the city council there.
But it's the
same building. They covered it. You see, 1911. This is the 1911 she's here. And interesting, the house of my father's grandparents was also built in 1911.
It says 1911.
No, that's written here. It's MB in Russian, it's Mordechai Bukhshitsky, 1911.
And Saadia, who's standing outside the house?
Please?
We have people standing outside the house in that picture.
There's a better picture of it. No.
I'll just put this in. You can see.
1937. Oh, that's the picture.
That's a
That's a
picture.
picture. Those are two last pictures before the war, the World War.
And you,
So,
you and your sister as well.
so that's my father. That's my eldest uncle, Lebush. This is Abrasha. This is my mother. This is Abrasha's wife. And that's my sister and myself.
And how old are you in this picture?
Please?
How old are you in the picture?
It's 1937 and I was born 28. I'm 11 years old.
And you remember the picture? You remember that day?
No, but it's written that everybody is very sad because they are going to the cemetery to visit the tomb of our grandparents. So my mother is with flowers.
With flowers.
Because they are on their way to the cemetery.
And the picture next to it?
Please, the picture next to it is my mother, my sister, myself.
And you, wow,
that's the last picture.
That's the last picture?
Yes, because somehow in Vilnius we didn't take all of the pictures. It's the right answer.
It's amazing, yes. It's these are such memories. Such incredible.
You have it there also.
And Saadia, can I ask, what is your first memories growing up? If you look
My
back.
very first memories, the kindergarten, near a rack with towels, and I'm crying somewhere because that's my very first memories. That might be from the age of 3. Now, I started remembering from a shock that I had. I told you that I stayed in Calvaria with the Aunt Esther, and on a Saturday, on Shabbat, we went to a river not far, some 2-3 kilometers from Calvaria. When we walked back, a young man with a bicycle came by, who knew them. They talked to them, and then he proposed to take me on bicycle. And he brought me to my grandfather's house. I asked, do you know how to enter? Of course I know. And I entered the front door. I went up the stairs, and I couldn't reach the bell. You had to turn the bell. It was not an electric one. And it was maybe 10 centimeters about my heart. And I was standing and crying there. And it was a real shock because there was a double door against the frost. Now, when everybody came, they entered the back door because there the maid was there and it was open. I didn't think about it. And when they went out to look for me because I was not at home, then they found me standing there, and it was a real shock. So from that time I remember. From that time on, I was 5 years old.
5 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And the school you went to, was it a public school?
First of all, it was in Alytus. I was going to a Jewish school, so Tarbut. And it was meant to be a Hebrew school, but the teachers didn't know enough Hebrew. They were Bachurei Yeshiva, and they didn't know. It was the level of the school wasn't good. We had one young teacher of Hebrew grammar, and she was a teacher. But the rest were very bad. And the last year in 1938, before leaving Alytus, there came a young teacher, a girl, and she was the educator of my sister's class, and in several months my sister started speaking Hebrew, because she was a real. And then when we moved over to Vilnius, I said that I'm not going anymore to a Jewish school. And that was a big mistake, because in Vilna, Jewish schools were at a very high level. But I was so much shocked by it. I promised my parents that I will do my best. I want to go to a Lithuanian school. And really they hired a high school student that would come to me at 6 o'clock in the morning before she went to school and give me a lesson and help me with my homework. And I flourished. I was after less than half a year at a Lithuanian school, I was already the Lithuanist of the newspaper, school newspaper. The Lithuanist was
like the editor.
I was correcting the Lithuanian language, but I liked it very much, although we were only 2 Jewish boys in the entire school.
And did you ever have any anti-Jewish, anti-Semitism?
No, there was at Pesach, I would bring a sandwich of matzah. So all the children asked for a bit. They wanted for the first time in their life to try what matzah means. But I was popular there. I didn't have friends, because I don't know. It's the first time that I lived in a big town, and I don't know even where they lived, the other students. But at school we were very good friends.
And the teachers, did they know you were Jewish?
Please?
The teachers, they knew?
No, I was Lithuanian.
But did they know that you were Jewish?
Please?
Did they know you were Jewish, that you were Jewish?
Yes, they do.
And there was never anti-Jewish feeling, or?
No, I didn't feel. I know there was anti-Semitism in Lithuania. That's again, I will tell you a short story. My youngest uncle, from my finished mechanical engineer, but he was a very gifted man, and he wanted to go on for a PhD in mathematics. So he took his documents to the rector of the university in Kaunas, and he said that he would like to stay at the university as a teaching assistant and make his PhD in mathematics. So the rector looked at the documents and he said, "Oh, we were really very good students, but I have already one Jew." And that's what was enough to bring my uncle to Haifa. He married and left Lithuania. And some 30 years ago or so, which is a very short time for me, my cousin, he studied cardiology, and he went to the United States. He stayed there afterwards. He became a very world-famous cardiologist, and he came to a conference of cardiologists in Europe somewhere. And a delegation of Lithuanian cardiologists came over to him, and I invited him to come for a series of lectures in Lithuania. My cousin, the first thing was, he called me, "What do you think? Should I go now?" So I say, "Of course you should go and tell them the truth, why you're an American cardiologist and not a Lithuanian cardiologist, because of of the answer that your father got at the university. And it was so. He told them, and they accepted him very, very nicely. And they're very, very interesting stories, because he came with his brother and his brother's wife they on this invitation to Lithuania. And the Lithuanians gave them a guide that knew Hebrew in Vilna. A cousin of my wife from Atlantic City went to Lithuania. They hired a tourist guide. I understood very fast that it was the same Regina, the same one. So she's a good friend of ours now.
That's amazing.
The world is very small.
It's very small. So you've got such beautiful pictures of your parents when they got married.
Yeah, that's the wedding picture of them.
And your father had a telephone. Here's a picture of your father and your mother in his office.
Yeah. And here you can actually see the number of our phone. Our phone was 61. The number of our phone in Litus. That's an interesting picture is this. My mother lies in the bed, and it's written on the other side of the picture, it's written in Russian that when you have no problems in your life, you get pictures in your bed, even, because that was a great thing to get a picture. Yeah. It was not so simple.
It wasn't.
So that's written on the other side of the picture. And here, look at the handwriting of my mother.
It's beautiful.
You see, she was writing wonderfully.
Very gifted, yeah.
Oh, she was painting a little, she was embroidering.
You have lovely
my
pictures.
book that's written about it.
You have lovely pictures of you with your family.
Oh, yes.
These are such, when you were growing up.
Maybe that here, I'm here 1 year old, and I have keys to the future. Keys to the future of the world. You see, I have keys in my hand. So that was.
And here's with both grandparents. It's such a beautiful picture.
I worked on that, and I worked on the Photoshop.
Okay, so you put it, but it's magnificent.
The pictures, I renewed them.
But it's really special.
And that's very special. Three generations.
Yeah,
my parents, my mother's father and mother, my father, and my sister and myself. I'm many times advising people that as long as they can, let them take a three-generation picture.
It's magnificent. You can see you were a very happy family, very...
Yes. Here we behaved very badly, so we're in a summer house and we behaved very badly, so my father told us that he's going to take a picture, so we should behave. And then there's another picture that you could take twice if you didn't advance the film. There was no automatic. So there was a picture that looks like this with my aunt. Also, some of it, she was photographed times ago. So this is our family in winter, our family in summer.
And why did your family go to Vilna? Why did your family move to Vilna?
My father decided, and he was very right, that as a Lithuanian lawyer, he will have a lot of work in Vilna, because Vilna was 20 years under the Polish reign. So a Lithuanian lawyer will have a lot of work, and that was right, because we hired a special girl that would open the door to the clients, and she worked until 12 at night, because there were a lot of work. And it took more than a year, because in 1940 the Russians came. Russians occupied Lithuania in 1940.
Do you remember when the Russians came?
First of all, into our apartment, an additional family was sent in by the Russians, and it was a doctor, a gynecologist, and he would operate women, and his wife, with dishes with blood, would go to the bedroom to spill it. It took some time until we got used to the Russian Lithuania, because my father couldn't be a private lawyer. He went to be a lawyer of some cooperative, and my mother was forced to work. She never did work, so she was an accountant.
And this family that came, was it a Jewish family?
Yeah. Yeah, but they were given some rooms. We had a very large apartment. There must be a picture of our house. So we were walking around, touring around a lot, and that's a picture of my mother's family came over to Alytus to visit us.
Hey, such beautiful pictures.
This is the Aunt Esther. That's my Rachel, my aunt who came to Palestine. It's also a nice story. She came at the beginning of the 30s. She was a doctor, and her husband was one of the editors of Davar, of the newspaper Davar. So he was living in Tel Aviv. She didn't find as a doctor at a Jewish institution. She was the only Jew and the only Jewish woman and the only Jewish doctor in Ramallah. And in 1967 she went to see the family, the Arab family at whose home she lived. And during all those years, one of them was traveling to meet, she was traveling to Tel Aviv, or her husband was traveling to Jerusalem, and there were times of in 39 was very dangerous to go the roads, but every week one of them traveled.
Mm-hmm. And Saadia, what did you speak at home? Did you speak?
Please?
Did you speak Russian, or did you speak Yiddish with your parents?
I didn't speak any word in another language with my parents but Yiddish.
Yiddish.
My father wanted us to speak Lithuanian. My mother wanted us to speak Russian. So I knew Lithuanian, I knew Russian, but I didn't speak any word. I said, I'm speaking with my parents only in Mameloshen. So never ever did I speak only Yiddish.
And with your sister?
With your sister also Yiddish. Only for 2 short periods. When my parents decided that we have to learn Deutsche Ordnung, they brought a teacher, a girl from Germany, to teach us Deutsche Ordnung, and they forced us to speak. With my sister, I had to speak German, but my grandfather went to one day to the park, and he heard a child crying, so he came over to see who it was. And I was crying because she would beat me. And that was her ticket to go home. But my parents didn't, saw that's an exception. So they brought another teacher. And It was very interesting. We had to speak German among us, and in the evening we had to pray in bed. To sit down, lieber Gott, ich bitte dich, dass du mich behütest. And we would say the father's name and mother's name, and we wouldn't say this Peter's her name. So that was our way to fighting her. And one summer day, there was a bathing resort, a plaza near the river. So our parents didn't have time, so the German teacher took us and the daughter of our neighbors. We went to the river, and somehow my father finished work, and my father and my mother came over to see us at the riverside. They found us near the fence there sitting with folded arms, and they tried to speak to us, and we didn't answer. So they were looking for the Fräulein. Where is the... She was playing with some boys with a ball. So she, why are the children not speaking to us? They don't answer our questions. So she says, I don't know. And she brought us to us, and she asked, why didn't you answer your parents? Because you told us that if we will speak to somebody, you will kill us. So this was her ticket to go home. So that was the end of the Deutsche Ordnung.
Yeah. But your parents' education was very important in your family. It was...
Yes. But my parents knew a lot by heart. My mother knew a lot of German literature, Russian literature. My father knew very good 10 languages. Against smoking, in his working room there were signs in 30 languages. Now, before the war started, he decided to teach me Esperanto. So he made placards and he wanted to put it on the walls, but then the war started already. So I don't know Esperanto. But why he used this knowledge of languages, he collected stamps. So he wanted stamps from countries that he doesn't know, but he would write in Esperanto and get the answers and would take the stamps. But anyway, I have somewhere a letter that my father wrote to a friend of his in the United States. And he writes, I already had 26 lessons in English, so I believe that I'm already ready to write a letter in English. There's a folio paper, and I found there 3 mistakes. But he had only 26 languages. But I believe that if you know many languages, the additional ones go very easily. It's the same with me.
It's a gift. It's a gift.
We once went to Scandinavia, and we went to Stockholm, and I went to buy cottage cheese. And on the cover of the cottage cheese was a recipe of a cheesecake with nuts in Swedish. I translated it to my wife because it's very simple. Swedish is not far away. I had a problem when we rented a car. We came back to Oslo, and I had to return my car. And I went to the information. I asked, where do I return my car? So she said, no problem. You go out from my office, you go to the right at the corner, there is the place of the returning cars. So I went out, there was a problem, because there were no corners because the road was a round one. So we are trying, we're going, and all of a sudden I said to my wife, that's here. So how do you know? Okay, it's written in Norwegian, because I already learned that in Norwegian, from the word automobile, most languages take the auto. The Norwegians take bill, and there was written bill outleier. Now, ausleihen is to rent. So I told my wife, that's written in good Norwegian, and it's written there, that's here.
It's amazing, sure.
So, no, I have no problems in the languages, because I was at a student exchange program in Holland, and after 2 months I read a really heavy book on the Oorlog, the World War, in Dutch.
In Dutch.
So,
and Saadia, when you were in Vilna, when you were living in Vilna,
yeah.
Did you ever go to the synagogue, or did you remember the Jewish quarter in Vilna?
The war started 5 weeks before my bar mitzvah, and there was a plan for me to learn the Haftarah at the synagogue, but war started. I still didn't take my bar mitzvah, but war started. Maybe that there is, I don't know if I have here the that's how we were living in Vilna.
Do you remember the street?
Oh yes, of course. We were there. I were there very. I came to Vilna the first time. We came in 1996. 1996. They got independent 1991. 96 we came, and the roof of the house collapsed, and they didn't know if they will rebuild it or ruin it. Now in 1997 I went with our children. We came there and we went around. We couldn't enter because the doors were locked and closed by
so here you had, it was in Pelimo Street.
Pelimo Street. The Polish called it Zawalna.
Your balcony is the second one from the left.
Sorry.
And you have memories, you have good memories from before your bar mitzvah.
5 months before my bar mitzvah.
And who took
my bar mitzvah should be July 27th. The war started June 22nd.
And who did you start learning your Haftarah?
No, we started the war at the first night with 18 hours of bombing. I call it my adolescence period, because I started it as a spoiled child. But next morning, after 18 hours of bombardment, I was already more or less grown up.
But can I just ask, have you already started learning your Haftarah?
Please?
Did you start learning your Haftarah?
No, because the plan was a month before. It was more or less a month before the bar mitzvah. I had to start.
But could you read Hebrew?
I learned Hebrew in Alitus.
And you remember the Hebrew? You remember?
Yes. The school in Alitus, the Talmud school, taught according to the plan of the Lithuanian education ministry. But 2 hours after the studies, we had Tanakh. But our teacher, we called him Tzigene Berdl. He was a Bachur Yeshiva, and I know that he was a very bad pedagogue, but once he hit one of the boys on his head with an inhale, and it broke off, and it broke the window. And that was something. The Tzigene Berdl broke a window but my sister was very good. When there was some tacharot of Tanakh, she won the first place.
The competition, it was...
That was interesting because the boys were meant to know better, but she knew.
And Saadia, when you were in Vilna, did you ever go to the Jewish quarter? Did you ever go?
Oh, as it was the first time that I was in a big town, I was walking around, and Pilimo is not far, it's very near the old city. So the Jewish street, the street of the glass makers, and the street of the butchers, and the old streets, of course I were there.
And you saw a lot of...
Those 2 years until the war, I was touring as much as possible, although there was a time of my development, my technical skills, because I was in a group of technical work and models of airplanes I was building. So I was flourishing there. I was very, very glad there. My sister played the violin, and she learned in the conservatorium there. And I was very, very happy there.
When you were growing up, did you hear of Bialik, and did you hear of...
So I knew it from the school in Alitos, because there we learned it.
And your parents, were they reading Yiddish papers, or did they know it was...
Of course, the Stimme. I think the Stimme, there was, my father was, he had several newspapers. In my book there is politics. Politics in our family. My mother was Shomer Sair, but she was in Vitz also. But my father was Tzionim Klalim. Tzionim Klalim, there wasn't a right wing. So my father would laugh that my mother is Stalin because she's a socialist. And I think I'm writing there about before elections for the Congress. My father had a copying machine, a Shapirograph. That was something you would write what you need with special ink on a paper, and then you would put it on this machine, and there was a belt that was absorbing the ink, and I was volunteering to turn the handle, and I think it would print 20, 25 pages, then you would write again with a new one. Oh, there were things that was my specialty. When my parents made some party, so I was turning the gramophone.
For the music?
Yeah,
the records.
Of course. And if you don't turn it, it stops.
And at this time, did you know, or were you aware of what was going on in Germany? with Hitler and with the rise of...
I started be aware of the newspapers in 1936, and I was when the war in Spain started, the Civil War in Spain. So I'm not entirely sure, but I think that I know the photograph of Kappa, the photographer, took a picture of a soldier being hit.
It's a very famous picture.
Falling down. So I believe that I still saw it in the newspaper in 1936. That's when I started reading newspapers. And we had a radio. It was very rare. It was a big cabinet, a wooden cabinet with a telefunken. It was. So I knew what was going on with there were people that were chased away from Poland, and from Germany, and the Polish people didn't accept them, and they were between both borders, and there was a ship that was sent to the United States.
The St. Louis. The St. Louis.
Yeah. So we followed it.
You followed about the ship that was returned.
Yeah.
It couldn't enter Cuba and it couldn't enter America or Canada.
But you know, still we were children, and before the war started, there was a tension there. The grown-ups were speaking, they were whispering when we were entering the room. But there was something, and I don't know. They even started to gather some food, and one day my father came with an entire leg of a cow. It was salted, so it could be without refrigeration. It was hanged at the door of the kitchen, I remember it. And so they were nervous. The grown-ups started to be nervous. They knew that something is, but still we were living as children. That was still our paradise. And on June 22nd, 41, it was Sunday, and my parents planned to go to Trakai. Trakai is
the lake.
The lake with a
castle.
medieval castle. And on our way to exit our apartment, my father turned on the radio, and he heard a speech of Hitler declaring war on Russia. You know, at those times, he was lying all the way. It started with Poland. He sent Polish prisoners with German clothes, and they, as if they attacked Germany. But besides all that, war was declared. So my father heard the declaration of the war, and that was the first time that I saw tears in my father's eyes. As a premonition, although at the German occupation in 1914, 1918, the occupation was very human, and then he started his work as lawyer, because he knew German, so he started by writing petitions to the government, and then he became to represent people at the court. And then when Lithuania got independent, he went to the university, finished his studies, but he was a lawyer with neshama, the feel of an engineer. He always was building and but he was a lawyer.
Did your father and mother ever make plans?
Please?
Did they ever make plans to leave Lithuania, to try and go to Palestine, British Palestine, or to go to America? They never made plans.
No, I don't know, because my father had some of my father's relatives lived to America. They even changed the name. I know that our Bokshinsky turned into Bachman. They were Bachmans.
But your parents didn't want to go to America.
No, they wanted to go to Israel, to Palestine. And one of the pictures on the back is written, my mother writes that next year I hope that we will take the picture in Palestine. But her sister came to visit, and she said, that will be too difficult for you. My mother was regarded that she's very a weak person. When my father was killed, was murdered, my mother was very, very strong. But she was regarded to be a very weak person. So her sister persuaded her not to go. And that was not far from the war. That was only 38 or so. And she did it one more time after World War, because we had relatives in Paris, and during the war they went to Bordeaux, and one of their sons decided that he wants to be a naval officer, and the husband of this Mary knew very good Hebrew. I subscribed for him the Israeli newspaper, so they wanted to come because he knew that in Akko there is a naval officer school, so they wanted to come to, then it was Israel. And my aunt again said it will be too difficult for them. And they stayed there, and we finished a French naval officer school, and I think he has 5 little Frenchmen because he married a French girl.
Was she a Jewish girl?
No, a French.
French.
And his brother was a doctor in Paris, and I visited them, and his daughter was then 17 years old, and she told me to make a contact to meet the Mossad. I'm ready to die for Israel. So I told her, first of all, come to Israel and try to live for Israel. Afterwards you will die for Israel. Some 2 years later, she married the son of a priest, and her son was a Christian. He was at the ceremony of the church. Yes. So he lived as after wanting to die for Israel. She became the wife of the son of a priest.
Saadia, it's amazing. Saadia, go back. You remember the bombing when the Germans started to bomb Lithuania and Vilna?
Oh yes, of course, but it was 2 days later. So the first night starts when, after we didn't go to Trakai, we heard that dairy store not far from us will be opening. Although it is Sunday, they will open and will give half a package of butter. So war started. So my sister and me were sent to the store to get a half package of butter, and we were standing in the row, and all of a sudden, airplane came, and bombing started, and I had already some physics, so I tried to calm the people and said, don't be afraid so much, because the airplane are already above us, so the bombs will fall much farther away. So it didn't help. So we bought a half package of butter. We ran home, and our parents were already waiting for us. And the basement was not ready to accept people. It was full of ancient furniture and so. So we were all of the two houses were the house in front and the same house back in the yard, and there was a gateway to go to the other building, and it was shut with a wooden gate. So they shut the gate, and all the people of the two buildings sit down in this passage. Everybody took a chair and some blanket. We were sitting, and the bombing was very bad because Pilimo Street starts with a bridge, an important bridge, and ends with the railway station. The Germans knew that they will enter, so they didn't want to destroy the railway station. They didn't want to destroy the bridge, so they bombed along the road. So a significant part of the bombarding was on our street. And at midnight, there was a hit. The wooden gate opened up. There was a lot of smoke, and everybody put down his head, ready to get the house collapsing on our heads. And it didn't collapse. Next morning, we realized that two bombs simultaneously hit the house across the street from us. But until the bombing stopped, I don't know at what hour, but 18 hours it took. And that was really my adolescence period. I changed entirely in this. Because when I entered it as a spoiled child, I didn't eat many things. In the morning I ate everything, and I was all. And then it started already. Every day the Germans made another decree. First of all was the Star of David, the yellow star.
Do you remember the Germans coming into your street, or do you remember?
Yes. They were there, and 2 days later. Tuesday they came in. But the second night was also not very simple. During the day, people cleaned the basement so that we can already sit in the basement. And we decided to go down to the basement. And before that, I went on the terrace, and I saw a man with a white band. I didn't know still what a white band means. That was the pro-German Lithuanians. Came to the crossroads near our house, and with a rifle, and he shot at every direction, in the 4 directions of the crossroads, and I ran. We went into the basement, closed the door, and there was some battle outside. Partisan battle, we do not know what, and somebody was badly wounded, and our basement had a window that came some 20 centimeters above the sidewalk, and they put the wounded man there, and he was crying and shouting for several hours, and then I think he died there. But nobody went out because we didn't know who is fighting against who. We didn't know what happens outside. Next day there was only the blood at the place where he went. But at the age of less than 13, sitting for hours with a wounded man shouting was also a very, very bad education. And that's only the start, because every day was another decree of the Germans, and always it was signed that if somebody doesn't obey, he will be sentenced to death on the spot. And so it started to be very dangerous to go out into the street, and my father was kidnapped some 3 days after the Germans came, and we didn't know anything for all the day. And late in the evening he came half dead home at the airport of Vilnius. So the Russians left warning signs of mines. So at that time we were cleaning mines by leading around a herd of cattle or of whatever. The Germans didn't need it, they have Jews. So they took some 30, 40 Jews, they put them in a line at a safe distance. The Germans chased them around all the day. It was a very hot day. And I know that my father already couldn't endure it because they didn't get any water, any food. And the German soldier washed himself in a little dish, and he went out to spill the water. So my father succeeded to stop him and ask him to let him have some drink of the salt water, of the soap water. To the German it was very, very interesting that the Jew drinks this dirty water. But so my father came back half dead at home, and he told us that he was ordered to come next day again to this work, for this work, and he was not going to go to work. He was not going once more, and my mother helped him to the shower, and he came to lay down in bed, and there was an alarm because the Russians bombed, and my mother with my sister came to call us to go to the basement. My father said, "I'm not moving," so I stayed with him. I went to the bed with him, and we stayed, and the bombing was a short one. And now begins the period when my sister and myself were sent to the stores, but very soon there was an order that Jews can buy food only from 5 o'clock later. And at that time the Lithuanians had bought most of the food already. So my sister and I would go over, but my sister, although she was only 14, she looked much older, so it was dangerous for her also to go. So I was the only buying agent of our family. I was sent to try to buy food. And that was good. There were still many other incidents, but in September, the beginning of September, we got an order that next morning we will go to the ghetto, will be taken to the ghetto. And my father knew that Lithuanian police will take us. So he put on a jacket, and he put on his Lithuanian medals. There were 2 medals were for saving people. And there was a medal of the independence of Lithuania, and he had badges of the Lithuanian independence. So Yeah. Well, you see, yes, here, badges of 15 years and 5 years of independence, 15 years, and they are part of his medals. So he was wearing it on our way to the ghetto. Then we went down, the policemen were very much embarrassed. They said, I must be an important Jew that has Lithuanian medals, and they have to chase him to the ghetto. So they found a solution. The four of us were going in the first row, and some 2 meters after us, all the rest of the people were wearing. And this way we went to the ghetto. We were not brought to the main entrance to the ghetto. There was an unclosed part of the wall, and when we reached it, they pushed everybody, and the influence of the medals finished at that time. There was nothing. So we went into the ghetto. First of all, we were told that everybody can take a person, whatever he can carry, he can take with him. So in the evening we prepared for little persons, for whatever we could carry at that age, and we were pushed into the ghetto. So we found an empty apartment downstairs somewhere. We went in a room, we sat near the wall, and more families came in, and you couldn't move already. So my father was very energetic. In the evening he told us he goes to find some solution. And after half an hour or so he came back and said, very happy, I found a small enough room that they will not be able to put any other family. So we went, and it happened to be in the courtyard of the Judenrat. So I showed it to tourists when I was there, and some woman came with a group of Canadians. So I showed them the window. You see, there I was living in this. There are many stories about all of that. And then at the day when the big ghetto was founded, there was a small ghetto too. We were near the Rudnitsky Street, Rudninku. It was a big ghetto, 35,000 people. The small ghetto was in the old city, in the Jewish quarter. There were 11,000 people. But that's interesting. There are many Israelis that think that October 7th was like the Holocaust. So I'm saying that you are mistaken, because when the Germans decided to liquidate the small ghetto, I'm not sure if they did it in 1 day or 2 days. 11,000 people were liquidated. There was another very great difference between the October 7th and the Holocaust. On October 7th, most of the victims, the wounded people, they were calling for help. They were trying to call help. In the Holocaust, they didn't cry for help because there was no address. That was a very great difference. People don't realize it, but that's entirely a different thing. When help did come too late very much on October 7th. But the Holocaust, you had no address to call for help. So all the 4 years There was no help.
Saadia, when you were taken to the ghetto,
Yeah,
did you see any of the Lithuanians? Were they watching you being marched to the ghetto? Or could you see?
I can't say that we are looking. We were under such a pressure. I don't know what was in the sides of the streets. I once saw the policemen who were shouting to push us back fast, and we were walking in the first line, and afterwards all the neighborhood. But father took us to the little room. We settled down, and somehow, as a young boy, my father worked as he was a translator of German to Lithuanian, to Polish, to Yiddish, to Russian. So because he was free, and he was some administrative work at some military or maybe a police unit. So he was working, and for 7 weeks it was more or less quiet. The Judenrat organized a police force. They printed a booklet for rations of food. You had to buy it, you had to earn money. So as long as my father was alive, everything was fine. But the Germans decided, first of all, in Vilna there were nearly 90,000 Jews, I think. From the entrance of the Germans to the day we were taken to the ghetto, there were always groups passing our house. The Germans chased groups of elder Jews and of children. They were told that they are taking to a summer resort, but nobody came back. We started hearing about Ponar, where the Jews were shot, and we didn't know that part of those people that were chased, the Germans were cleaning the area where they would do the ghetto. So the houses were, when we went into the ghetto, the houses were empty of their regular people. They were taken. So in the large ghetto were 35,000 people on an area that normally lived maybe 5,000. So it was very, very dense, and the Germans decided they must diminish the population. So they started with what they call Aktion and Aktia. And that it was very, very simple. Every person that worked for Germans had a document, and they changed the color of the document. So when there was an action, let's say, of the pink documents, all the ghetto population was taken out in the evening, and everybody had to pass by a group of Germans, and they were checking papers. So the person that had a document could take his immediate family. So let's say my mother, my daughter, my sister and myself were legally going with my father. So they were checking all the people. Everybody that had the right paper was directed, let's say, to the left. The ones that didn't have the right paper were taken to the right. After everybody passed by the Germans, the ones that were taken to the right were taken to Ponar. And so every 7 weeks, there was another color. And it was not very simple, because one night before the Axia, there was shouting in a neighboring room near our little room. There were several families. One of the families, there was a couple. They had 3 daughters, and the wife had a mother. So the wife asked her husband to take her mother as his wife, and she will go as a daughter. He didn't agree. So they disguised the grandmother as one of the girls. They put something on her gray hair. They painted her face. They shortened her coat and dress above the knees. And somehow, that night it worked. It was at night. Somehow the Germans didn't realize. Afterwards they disappeared. I don't know the end of them. But that night it disappeared. But there were a lot of such problems. And it was very shocking to a young child like me, because in a neighborhood near our house, there was a young couple that were newlywed. The wedding was before the war started. They were deeply in love, and the young husband was caught by the Germans and killed. So his wife decided to commit suicide, but she didn't want to commit suicide in a quick way. She found a very bad way. She took a package of needles and for 3 days and 3 nights she was shouting until one of the needles came into her heart. But it was awful, her shouts. So,
and you remember hearing?
Please?
You remember hearing?
I remember the shouts. It was awful things. And there were orphan children that were dying in the streets of the ghetto. And there were several actions that by night, until the night of the yellow documents. We came out, and the working place where my father worked they didn't print the yellow permits. So people ran around. There were some 40, 50 people working there. And they decided that we will go to the prison, like all the ones that were taken to Bonar afterwards. So we went organized, and we went to the courtyard of the prison, and somehow there they took the men to the side, and the men away. My sister and myself as children went with my mom.
They took your father away?
One moment. We were taken to a large cell. We were among the first ones. We sat along the wall, and they brought in more and more and more women and children. Not all of them had a place where to sit down. They were so dense. Shut the door. Next morning, the door opened, and there was a Jew and his German with a list. They started reading names. All the women and the children started pressing against the door. They were nervous. They knew what they were waiting. The guards started beating, shut the door. Nobody came out. After some hour, again the door opened. It was the same thing, pressed, and the door was shut. The third time, my father was there with his German boss. He saw us and he waved to us, and we waved to him, but pressed, and the door was shut. I didn't know at that time that it was the last wave of my father. My mother, although she was regarded as a weak woman, she somehow, when the door was closed, she came over to the door and she started speaking to the women there. She told them, you see, if you're pressing to the door, no one will be freed. So sit quietly, and people that will be on the list will come out. And she stood there, and I think she hypnotized the people, because the door opened and she was watching them. She was standing at the right side of the door, and they kept quiet, and people were taken out, they were freed. And that day she stood for hours. Next day also, I think in the evening, we were first time taken to the toilet, to the bathroom, because when you don't eat and drink, you don't need so much. So next morning, our mother again stood near the door, and she whispered to us, to my sister, to myself, that when the door is closed, let us try to crawl over to come near the door somehow. And we advanced. And at that time, they began to shout and to cry in the corridors, because they were taking out people ordered to Ponar. So again, the door opened, and although my mother tried to calm them, they didn't calm down, and they pressed to the door. The guards started beating and closing the door, and somehow, when the guard near where my mother stood raised this club to hit, she somehow sneaked out. I don't know what she told them, but after some 20, 30 seconds, the door opened up. My mother put her hand and pulled out my sister and myself. And probably we were the last ones that came out. But we were taken to the place where they concentrated the people that worked with my father. They were together. And we went there. They were taken there to find my father. And we didn't find him there. So I tried to investigate what happened. Nearly for sure, I don't know for sure, but he asked the German to try once again open the door. And a dirty Jew doesn't ask for a favor of a German, and he sent him to Ponar. So we came to the prison 4, and we came back 3. And my mother and my father were very, very near relations. I know that my sister, she came to Israel in 1970. I didn't see her for 27 years. So she couldn't, she still was angry. Why did my father so love the mother? Well, why were they in love so much? There were many things that she couldn't resolve, because there was discipline at our house. There were rules, we were obeying, and everything was okay. So every day we got a plate of sweets, but the cabinet where the sweets were locked. And my mother kept the key. So my sister was already 90 years old. Why didn't she give me the key? Why did she hold the key? She didn't resolve the problems. So it was an awful loss. And the chapter in the book is that my mother didn't cry. she was
So strong.
like a rock, because she had 2 children, and we didn't have a chance for document, because we didn't have anybody working outside. My mother and my sister worked in the kitchen of the Judenrat, so we wouldn't survive anymore selection. And this Joseph Glassman came to Nichum Avelim to us after he heard that my father then came back, and my mother asked him if he can find a place of work for me at the workshops in the ghetto, and he arranged it for me. No, he was this deputy commander of the police. So
In the Judenrat?
Please?
Was he part of the Judenrat? He was part of the Judenrat?
He was police of the Judenrat. He was the Netziv Beitar, he was the chief of the revisionists in Lithuania. Oh, I realized only when I prepared it that he died at the age of 30, and he did so many significant things until then, because he was in Kovna, in Kaunas, and he came over to Vilna, and he took on the deputy chief of the police only as a cover, because he was a commander of one of the battalions of the partisans. And he died in a battle with the Germans after he went to the forest, to the partisans. And luckily there were a year and a half that were no, because it was, I think there were some 5,000 people, no more already. So that was enough. And there were, I would say there were 2 parties in the ghetto. There was Abba Kovner and Glassman that wanted to fight for the honor of the Jewish nation. And there was Gans, that he was the chief of the police, and afterwards he was the head of the Judenrat, who said that we should appease the Germans and try to rescue at least some hundreds, some thousands of people, but let obey their orders. And they were in bad relations. I know that Glassman was even arrested by them, but it was freed by the partisans immediately. And do you know the Wittenberg, Yitzhak Wittenberg? He was the chief of the partisans there. I happened to see when they took him to the gate, to the Germans. But there are different histories. I know it from that time. When they decided that he will surrender to the Germans, he got a capsule of poison. He kept it in his mouth. And when he came to surrender, he came over to them, he bit it, and he died on the spot. He didn't suffer. Now at the Beit Vilna was a ceremony to remember Yitzhak Wittenberg by his family, as a family.
In Saadia, did you have enough? What did you do for food? Did your mother manage to find work, and did you?
My mother worked, and my sister worked, and I earned some money at the workshop, so we could buy the rations. We couldn't buy anything more.
Were you very hungry?
And I knew that there was a theater, and there were concerts in the ghetto of Vilna. And they were announcing a new play. There were also papers against it. Who is doing theater in a cemetery? That was a real fight. At Lochmegedo, they have those papers. So we didn't enjoy it. But as my mother was a young widow, and she was working at the kitchen, and she was also preparing to receiving guests. So different men started advancing to get her, so she left her work and she worked outside. She worked in a factory of bricks, and I think it was already 44, maybe it was 42 in summer 42. She somehow succeeded to arrange for me a vacation of 2 weeks, and she took me to work with her outside the ghetto, because in Vilna ghetto there was one only tree, and the first winter he lost everything that could be broken for warming. I was taking the saw from the workshop, from the carpentry. I was bringing, how do you call it? Well, when you cut wood, you have the cuttings. So.
And Saadia, were you very hungry?
Yeah.
Were you very hungry, or did you?
For 2.5 years, I was very hungry. And my sister, she was rescued at the end when the ghetto was liquidated. I was taken to Estonia 2 weeks earlier. So when we met, she was speaking about the Vilna ghetto as the worst place on earth. And I was laughing at her that was really a summer resort for me when you are comparing it to the camps in Estonia where I was. And so they were much, much, much worse. Like everyone else in the ghetto, we had a hiding place. When my father was murdered, we were taken out of the little room, because then there were 3 people, and that room was for 4 people enough. And we were brought to another apartment, another end of the ghetto. And there we lived on the 2nd floor. There was a little entrance hall. There was a kitchen behind it. To the left side there were a large room and a small room, and to the right side there was a small room. And there was a cabinet that covered the door, but they had two tall glass-covered cupboards on the side. And in the middle it was too low, but we found a tin dish that was exactly filling in this gap. So closing the door with a cabinet, we could sit there. So when first of all, nothing is simple. There were several times they were taking transports to different places. In 42, I think there was still, they announced they need several thousand of young, intelligent people, married young, and they will be taken to Kovna, and they have a special job for them. But they were taken by train, the train stopped and they were killed. So there was nobody believed in it. But when they were taken some month in August, in the beginning of August, the group was taken to Estonia. It was the first time that they were escorted by Jewish police, and they sent letters letters to the families showing that they lived their life. And then, at the beginning of September, the demand was again of several thousand volunteers to go to Estonia. So the first reaction was all the men hid in the room. We close, very close, and the police came over, and they didn't find us. When the police left, we knew that they will come back, but we could come out for several minutes, and somehow we decided, I don't remember if it was my initiative or my mother's, that I will not hide again. I will disguise myself with clothes of my sister. And I got a scar, and there was some pain. The story was that I'm a sick girl and lying in bed, and police came over, and they didn't realize me. But the Germans announced that if there will not be enough volunteers, they will explode the ghetto. And all of a sudden, when I'm disguised as a girl, there was an explosion, and after several minutes, another explosion. Now, in 1996, I met an historian from the ghetto, and she was sure that on that day no house was torn down, but they to take out people from the hiding places, they were throwing grenades. So I heard the two explosions, and I said that there's not enough volunteers, and I'm hiding as a girl, I want to volunteer to go. And my mother somehow agreed. There was no time. And I put on my clothes, and she gave me a little sack with a piece of bread, and I volunteered to go. So my sister and my mother escorted me. My sister was stopped immediately by policemen in the street. My mother was led some 400 meters farther, then she was stopped. We waved to one another, and my sister says that I shouted to my mother that we will meet again, but that was the last time she waved to me. And we were taken to the Judenrat. There were trucks waiting for us, and we were taken to the railway station. We were put in an animal wagon. That's an entirely closed wagon with two little slots. They put in, filled in entire, as much as possible. They pushed in many more people. Then they put in a box with 6 bottles of water, and the stronger man took it away the same moment. They shut the door, then they hanged a lock, but that was not enough. They brought a wooden crushing, and with nails they secured the door. The little slots were closed with barbed wire, and we were waiting. So we were shut inside. And now there were, among the people, there were some that worked at the railway station, and they knew the directions. And then it was wartime, so military trains came over, and we were, a small locomotive came, pushed us to one direction, another direction. So when he pushed us to the north, everybody was glad that's to Estonia. When we were pushed to the south, people started crying, that's Ponar. And we maneuvered so some 5-6 times until in the evening a locomotive came, they organized a real train, and we were taken to Estonia. So we went for, I'm not sure if 3 or 4 days and nights were closed, shut off from the world. The train stopped only to fill water and coal. No connections to the outside world, so we didn't know exactly if it's night or day. I was sitting because I was near the wall. Well, there were people that had no place to sit. It was very hot. It was September still, and on the last day, the train stopped at Vaivara. The train was stopped. They opened up the doors. Schneller, schneller. Schnell is quick. Schneller, schneller started beating. And they emptied the wagon very fast, but not thoroughly, because there were several people died on the way, so they stayed there. They didn't go off schneller. And we were put in rows of 3 and were taken to Vaivara camp. And that was a new life or death for me. That's when it started. So, Vaivara camp, that was where we were brought in, was a swamp area. There were little islands of 2-3 meters. There were Jews sitting there for the first transport. And towards the evening, we were given an aluminum dish and a wooden spoon and a tin section, a cup. And that was, so I had what to put in my little sack. So we were given soup. It was called soup. So there were pots of 50 liters, large ones, and the people of the kitchen came. And then it was very, very important if the person that divides the soup, if he puts in the ladle and he takes it out, it's only water. If he turns it, so there's a chance that you have some leaf of some potato peels or something to eat. And then we were taken to a barrack, an empty barrack. All of us on the floor, one near another. The next morning we were wakened. Everybody got a piece of bread and a cup of something that's called coffee, but it was dirty water. It was even not cicoria. And I started eating the bread and I can't swallow because I was dry. After several days of not drinking, I gave a piece of my bread to somebody to get his coffee. I knew that it's a death sentence, because the amount of calories that you got there was minimum. So if I don't eat my bread, I will die. In the film of Yad Vashem, I'm telling the story, and he cuts there because We filmed 30 hours by 2 cameras and a drone, and he had to make a film of 1 hour. But he didn't finish the sentence, because I say that I can't eat and I'm going to die of it. But on Sunday we didn't work. And I somehow went around the camp, and I came to a tent of the first aid. And a nurse came out from it, looks at me and says, what are you doing here, Saadia? She knew me from the ghetto. So I told her one word, water. So she disappeared, came back with a bottle of water. I drank the bottle of water, and it somehow organized the humidity in the liquids in my body, and I started eating my bread. So there was a lot. We were working at wood, felling big trees. So every morning we go and after eating this piece of bread, we're going to work several kilometers. And some days, some 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks later, when you are going back from work, people not belonging to the camp are going to the Jews are going to the camp, marching from the railway station. So I asked them, well, who are you? So I said, they liquidated Vilna ghetto, and we were sent here. So at my knowledge base, I knew that the ghetto was liquidated, and the people that were not liquidated were sent to Estonia. I asked them if my mother and my sister is among them. So they say yes. So I ran like crazy to the camp, and I was looking for them, and I realized that it was a mistake. And I was broken. I was working, but all of a sudden I would cry. And I was already 15 years old. There was a boy called Yaakov that was 17 years old. He helped me several times, and he went over to me once. He looked at me and said, Saadia, if you want to live, you are not crying anymore. And I believe that I have never got such an advice, because I took it seriously and I stopped crying. So now my job in the forest was to cut, when a tree was cut off, there's the stump. So I had to cut the roots and take out. And I had an axe, and not far from me was a honing stone, you know, the ones with the handle that was half in water. So I decided, after 2 years in the workshops, I knew how to sharpen things. So I sharpened very sharp my axe. And I went back to my stump. There was very much water around, there was mud. So I was working barefoot. And the sharp axe was wonderful, until one of the roots was very strong, and it jumped off, and it hit me between my 2 toes. Now, the first thing in modern medicine, you would give antitetanus. I had a wet sock, so I put on my sock, and there was it was a lottery if it will if it will the wound will close or not. But maybe that in the ghetto, I was wounded very many times in my fingers when working. So maybe that I have in my blood some antibodies, and in several days the wound closed. So there were many times as I was by good chance rescued. So we were after work. So it was always after work. Sometime later was an announcement that we are moving. That they are moving us to another camp. But that was more or less 50 kilometers. We were after work. We would stand in the rows of trees, and the commander of the German commander would ride a horse, and we would walk. So let's say the first time it became cold. Already winter. It was October already, and that night of walking, it was snowing, but it was wet snow. The snow was sticking to the shoes, and as it reached, let's say, 10 centimeters, it would break off. So one leg high. You were walking 50 kilometers on stairs. Because it would gather to one shoe, but then the other one would break off. And the same happened to the guards that were walking from both sides of our column. It was so difficult to walk that the guards began to cry, and there were guards that gave their rifle to a Jew to carry it, 6-7 kilograms. So let the Jew carry it. We didn't know where we are. Nobody knew Estonian. So there was no danger that we will run away, or what we shall do with the rifle. Nothing. So that's how we finished the night. And we came to another camp. We came to Kuromai. In Kuromai there was not a shack, not a wooden shack. There was a large house. Maybe for a rich Estonian, there were beds of three floors, three beds, and everyone was given 3 blankets, 3 military blankets, because it was already nearly minus 20 degrees Celsius outside. The commander of this camp was a very clean person. He had us to build a bunker, underground bunker, and made it a sauna with hot stoves. And then every now and then they would take the blankets and have it steamed to kill the lice. The main job on Sunday was to kill your fleas from the head, from the clothes. That was all the day work. So they were cleaning the blankets, and then the blankets were returned. They were taking the clothes to treatment of the steam. So sometimes a blanket gets lost. So when they were bringing back the blankets, who is getting less? The small hero. I was a small boy at that time. So I got 2 blankets. And after several times I got only 1 blanket. And then I got a tall one that was a little more than half a blanket. And it is possible to make a mattress, a blanket, and a pillow from half a blanket. But you are lying so concentrated, that it would hard be very bad in the night. But somehow I found a way to survive. So I had less than a whole blanket. When I had to go out, nobody goes to the toilet. We would be outside. So, but I would be wrapped in my half blanket, and if there was a wind, it was blown, and I would stay naked in the wind, minus 20, where the wind. So it was not very easy there. I was in 5 camps. So one time, also in the winter time, we were called, organized the column to go, but somehow the commander didn't come over. We were waiting, and all of a sudden I felt my stomach. I had to do something, so I found some brush, and I did what I did, and then they started shouting that we're moving. At that time, I didn't have a belt. I tied my pants with a wire, but my hands were frozen, and I couldn't tie it. So I asked maybe 10 people that helped me to tie my, but they were afraid. I will tell you why they were afraid in a moment. So for 50 kilometers, I was keeping my pants in my fists. In one hand I had my little bag. It's not very simple, and my hands were cold, that I more and more cold. I couldn't activate the hands. So it was now, why were the people afraid to help me? Walking in the camps in Estonia was not just a march. It's enough if you have 4 or 5 guards at the end. They have clubs and rifles. So if somebody gets too weak, he can't walk fast enough, they either shot him a bullet in the head, or if maybe he's an artist, he's still not so bad, so they would hit him with a club on his head. Mostly, he would get, after he'd been beaten with the club, he would get a bullet. So now, before leaving the camp, the strongest people were taking place in the 3-4 rows at the head. Now, when we started walking, everybody knew that it's very dangerous to stay to the last lines. So everybody would try to pass forward, but the stronger men would not let somebody pass them. So they would walk as fast as they can. So walking in Estonia was almost running. That was because you tried to get forward, and the first ones didn't let you. And it's you are going, if you are strong enough or you are not strong enough, if you hear the shots from behind, you are walking. So there were several several ways were right for all the camps in Estonia. Let's say there were the selections. There was, after work, there were a roll call of all the people. You stood in rows of 3 or sometimes rows of 5, some 20, 30 meters from there were the commanders of the camp, and there was a capo, a Jewish capo, that was showing everybody that is turned to walk camps, and he would show, you go towards the Germans. The commander wouldn't say a word. He had white gloves. You came, he would show, this way. He would only show. To the left, there was a capo was making making him stand everybody. And to the right, there was another capo. But when all of the people of the camp passed the Germans, the ones that went to the left were taken back to camp. The ones that were sent to the right were disappearing. They were taken to the forest that same evening. They were killed. And that was very often. There were, so I knew how dangerous it was. And it's not important how I felt. These 30 meters I was running. There was something again that maybe that made a good impression. We had those round caps of the prisoners, you know, the caps that everybody would take it. There was Bitzen up and Bitzen auf. Put on and put off if a German came here to take off the head. And if several hundred people are staying, you take off the cap and you need to hear the 500 people one sound. If somebody hits earlier or half a second earlier, he gets some. Yes, you know what's kniebogen? It's bending your knees 50 times or 80 times. So somehow, from the beginning, I got my cap with two fingers at the same place. And little by little, it got some little roof, like Arafat had something like that on Evin Askafia. There was, so maybe that my head made a good impression on the Germans. Maybe it was it was different from all they had. So you can know why you survived. So I must cut it short because I will concentrate maybe on what I call the worst camp. That was Soski. It was 37 kilometers from the Russian border across Leningrad.
So is this inside Russia itself?
Please?
Where was this? Inside?
It was in Estonia.
Still in Estonia?
Yes, it was in Estonia, but it was
the border.
The northeast Estonia. So it was 30. We were there. We were making a railway to the front in a swamp area. Now, to make it not so nice, our camp was 15 kilometers from the working place. So you had to walk 30 kilometers a day, work 10 hours, and you did and there you got the same portion of bread, but once in 3 days. And there was nobody that could stop eating. You got, let's say, 450 grams of bread. you were taking apart the work. Somehow it was a little bit to the side, you were cutting off, you finished it. And it was clever to finish it, because if you would leave a piece for tomorrow, somebody would steal it at night. There was a special technique. The thieves had wires with a special angle, and we were sleeping one near the other, so they were standing near the feet, and they were stealing the bread. When the Germans caught someone that stole bread, so the Germans said that couldn't be, you shouldn't steal bread from your friend, and they were sentenced to be beaten with 50, 80 times, and this was like the death sentence, because and all the camp had to witness the beating of the thieves. So once one was beaten, and he couldn't put on his pants, so two people were dragging him. And next morning, I found this man in the group where I worked. And he asked us that we should cover him. They shouldn't see that he cannot move. And somehow, that day, we rescued him, but he disappeared afterwards. So, and Soski got our bread every 3 days. We went 30 kilometers a day, worked 10 hours, and there more than 50% of the people died during the 2.5 months that we were there. Very clearly, the first ones to die were tall, wider people. Their body needed more calories. And they were getting the same, and they died of hunger. So I'm writing in a book about my job was there to make a railroad in the swamp. You put bunches of branches on the swamp. On that you put trees, then again branches, then you put soil and little stones, and on that you put it. So my job was carrying those bundles of branches. There were branches of 4 or 5 meters long, and there were 2 people, one at the end, one at the other end. I knew the work good. I knew that you have to take opposite shoulders, because otherwise it falls down. So, but we were going in the swamp, and although it was winter, sometimes the sun would come in, it would melt part of the ice. So I'm just telling the case that, let's say, the ice broke under my legs, and I fall half my body into the swamp. My partner didn't know it. He was taking the bundle, and he would let me fall. And such couples of carrying the branches that mostly were accompanied by a guard. So the guard came with his club and started schneller, schneller. So I would crawl out of the water, and I would hope that it will get dry before it will freeze. So one day, in the middle of the day, they started shouting that we should go out to the road. We didn't know why. We came out to the road. There was a snowstorm. and the snowstorm with the wind. So the snow went diagonally, and they organized us in the rows of three that started walking. They saw that the visibility was less than 1 meter. They said everybody is free to go back to the camp. Go on your own time. So I made it fine. I made it in 5 hours, the 15 kilometers. There were people that came after 20 hours, and there were many people that froze in the fields. So after the storm was over, they organized some groups of people that were collecting corpses. And to make that things more interesting, one of those marches, on the way back home, my shoes disintegrated totally. I had no shoes. There was snow. So I went over to the commander. And the commander was one that he said that you have to work for the Third Reich, and I have to give you means to work for the Third Reich. So long as you have no shoes, you don't have to go to work, but you have to go to the roll call in the morning. The Jewish head works good. Our barracks were in a forest. We had enough wood there was an oven in the middle of the barracks. So there were 5 or 6 men that had no shoes. We found large flat stones. We would get up earlier than the camp got up. We would put it on the stove, warm it. Then we would go 300, 400 meters to the place of the roll call, barefoot in the snow, but carrying the stone. Now, after we were organized into straight lines for the roll call, we would put down the stone and stand on the stone, and that was enough for the 15-20 minutes of the roll call, if the amount of people was right, because the German or the Estonian soldier was counting. Now, if somebody died, some people died at night, and they couldn't, were not accounted for. So the German had less than he was expecting. We were staying until they were found. Until the amount of people was exactly. So we could stay half an hour and an hour, and the stone was 15, 20 minutes, it was warm, afterwards it was cold. And if you ask me, it's very, very, very difficult to stand on a frozen stone for half an hour. The worst was there were people that tried to escape. I don't know what they think thought of, but the Germans with dogs were chasing them, and the roll call was standing until they were found. They were killed or brought alive back. So there were many days that we were standing. Then after, so I don't know how much time, maybe 10 days or a week, wooden shoes were brought. And I was given a pair of wooden shoes, and I went to the Mahsan, and I found a piece of fabric of a cover of a sofa. It was, and I made for it to, I don't know, how do you call it when you instead of stocking, you make from the British Army was going with such with the papa. They were instead of stocking, on your leg.
Like tights or?
Yeah, so I found a way to tie it so that I will walk 15 kilometers. It will not open up, because if it would open up, I would stop to tie it, and I would reach the end of the column and it would shoot me. So I was lucky enough that I did it. So there were very interesting things. There were several camps. I'm shortening it, but there was in one camp before Soski that this Gideon, this boy, the elder boy, came back from work. He worked in a village, and he brought a walking stick. Nice walking stick, which Russian war what do they call it? Well, they made it, and he asked me if I can do a stick like this also. Wow, should be here.
Here's the walking stick.
There is, yeah, there's walking there. So I made a walking stick. That's already weeks later in another camp, because for several weeks I made such a stick on, first of all I saved some of my bread and I exchanged it into a pocket knife. And then Sunday I made a stick. I took a branch of birch wood and I made a walking stick, and I gave it to Gideon. Gideon showed it to his German boss. The German boss liked it, and they asked him to bring me over, and he nominated me as the Stockschnitzer, as I was. And he put me near the fire where the guards worked when we worked in the woods, and I made sticks. But it was not so simple. At the beginning, I didn't know that the swastika has a special direction. And on my first stick, I made the swastika the wrong way around. So I was beaten so hard that I know the direction of the swastika. If you will wake me in the middle of the night, I will tell you what's the right direction of the swastika. And for several weeks, and the German made a prize, and I would get half a loaf of bread for every stick. He made the sticks for his friends, and I worked 2-3 days. I was sitting in the fire, and for several weeks I was a bread millionaire. I got half a loaf of bread for every stick. But we went to another camp. We went then to Soski, and nothing worked. But at the camp after Soski, I was first of all, the Kotla Hereda camp I was in a very bad condition already. Half of the people died, but most of the people were half dead. I reached a stage where the Germans called it Muslim. As a Muslim, I don't know why. That is bones and skin, and the person is living his spirit. He doesn't want already to survive. And I was already nearly approaching this stage. The condition of the workers in Soski was impossible. And then we went to another camp, And I worked still, but I really felt very bad. And I had good luck. Yeah. Good luck. Because one morning on the way to work, I felt pain from the other side of my knee. And I worked a day, but it became worse and worse. And to go back from the camp, I took two branches, and I hardly came back to the camp. And I had no way out, and I went to the sick room. And again, the paramedic knew me, somehow from the ghetto, maybe from the days of my father, and he said, he diagnosed that I have a rose. You know, it's such a wound with a deep wound. But he said that he has left several injections of Prontozil. Prontozil was a sulfa medicine, the most advanced one before antibiotics. So he said that he is ready to give me injections, but I have to lay down in his infirmary. So I asked him, what with the Kirkenik? Kirke in Yiddish is a pickaxe, because there were a German sergeant, that every 2 weeks or every 10 days would take a pickaxe, enter the sick room and kill all the patients. So it was called the Kirkenik. So I said, well, what with the Kirkenik? I'm afraid to lay down. So he said, no problem. I will put you in the middle of the barracks. He comes in from one side. You are anyway sleeping with all your clothes on, with the shoes on. So I will warn you and you will run away. And he kept me there for some 10 days. And I was like in a resort, because all the beds were pushed together. It was like a floor. And I was lucky enough that my neighbor from the left side and my neighbor from the right side, one of them or both of them died at night. So in the morning I would get their soup, and I had their piece of bread. So for those 10 days, I was strong enough. When I came out from the infirmary, I could pass a selection. I was strong enough again. So there were such things. When I came out, I heard that there is a workshop of railway wagons, repairing railway wagons, and that the German commander, has a Jewish jewelry maker which makes rings for his friends. So I made it on Sunday. A walking stick. I came over there and said I'm a professional. I'm doing those sticks, and here the big lathe, some 80 centimeters from the wall. Behind this lathe, the jewelry maker and I were sitting. Each of us at the hammer, and if a German came in, a German not of the workshop, our boss would whistle, and we would come out with the hammer and hit for the Third Reich, or we worked. And he would sit down near me sometimes. He would I believe that he had a son of my age or something like that. And he would ask me, what do you want to do after the war? And I would laugh at him. I would say, and there's no chance that you will let me survive. There's no chance that I will survive. What do you ask what I want after the war? I will be dead before it. And at that time, there are many stories because we met soldiers of the German Wehrmacht, and when Russian airplanes came over and they were shooting and throwing bombs, the Germans were jumping into the snow and lying down. We were standing and watching, so they were, how? You are not afraid? You don't know that it's so very dangerous? So I said, well, for us there's no difference. You are killing us or they will kill us. No, nothing. So they would give one another sweets, and they would give us also for Verstärkung to give you back your strength after the airplane passed. But there were many things. So I was working for this the boss, and we heard more and more cannonballs because the Russians took over Leningrad and they started to advance into Estonia. So the end of most Jews in Estonia, I can show you only how the Jews ended. That's in the camp of Kloga. You see that there are layers of wood and layers of corpses.
They put them...
You see, the Germans didn't ignite it and the Russians came. So the Russians took the picture. Because most of the Jews were killed. Several thousand of Jews were killed, but our camp was ordered to walk. We were chased to the west. In all the width of Estonia, because we were in the east side, and Tallinn, the seaport, was in the west, on the seashore. We were walking day and night, more or less. They didn't have food for us. Sometimes they would get some water or some bread. We reached Tallinn. We were taken immediately to the airport, into the seaport, and we found out that the ship was taken by the army. The ship that they had to ship us to Germany, the ship was taken. So several thousand Jews with their German commanders that didn't prepare anything because we were to go on the boat. But they didn't know what to do. So one of the officers went to town. He came back with some trucks of wooden boards. There were boards like 2.5 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. There were several boards, but they were together. And we built like a card house, one after another, along such place. The one end was closed by boards. The other end was closed by boards with a door. And let's say 150 people were sleeping there, or sleeping from both sides under this roof, but it was not wide enough, so the legs were interlaced. Now, if somebody had to go to the toilet from the end, he would run on the legs of everybody to the door, open the door and pee outside. But there were people, sick people, and their stomach was bad, and they wouldn't reach the door. They would make it on the door. Now it was only boards. So when more than 100 people are breathing, it gets wet. The breath is condensating, and when it's frozen outside, if somebody's hair was touching the board, he couldn't get away in the morning. He would have to ask somebody to help him release his. The door didn't open because the people would pee outside. It was a mountain of yellow ice. So somebody from outside would have to break the ice for us to go out. And we were there for a week maybe, until a ship was brought to us. A ship was, and I thought that one ship was only. There were two ships. Because some time ago I got a research from a Sweden man, sent me a research from of the camps of Estonia, when I know the name of the ship I went by, and I know that there were two ships. All the others were killed on spot. Two ships were sent to Germany. Now, before entering the ship, we were given half a loaf of bread, almost half a loaf of bread. I put it in my bag. We went on the board of the ship. It was not a passenger ship. It was
Do you
a
remember
trade
the
ship.
name?
It was a trade ship, and it was still cold outside. So I managed to go down into a warehouse of the ship, and the very full people. So some people stayed on board of the ship, and it was ice cold. So I was happy that I have a place downstairs. But after 7 hours, I have to go to the toilet, and I didn't know what to do. If I will take my bag, they will close. Everybody will move over, and I will lose my place. But if I will leave my bag, I'm in danger. So I asked maybe 8 or 10 people all around to show them, I'm leaving here my bag. I'm going for 7 minutes. And I ran as fast as I could. And I came back, and my bag was on the spot, but there was no bread inside. Because everybody took a piece and they ate it. There was no evidence. They ate the evidence. So for 4 days or so, I saw people eating bread, and I was only looking. And at the end of the trip we came to Danzig, we were put in rows of 3. We were taken for 35 kilometers to Stutthof, and we were not taken into the camp, not to the main gate. We were taken to the side gate. There was a courtyard, and people were waiting, because groups of some 8 or 10 people were called in to a shower room, and that was a real shower room of water, not of gas. But groups were sitting down, and I saw that there were people that were eating bread. But you are not asking for bread at that time. That's not. But I saw that one group has flour. And I went over to them, and they gave me a fistful of flour. So after 4 days in a march of 35 kilometers, I got a fistful of flour. That was something entered my stomach, and we took a shower. The order was that we pass the shower, and then we take only our shoes and our belt, and we come out. Now, in a place where so many people die, it's very simple. I had already a belt and I had already leather shoes. You can't get it of dead people very fast. And that time I was naked, and there was a table, there were German officers, and that was the first time that I was not standing on the tiptoes, because I wanted to work always. So I was standing on the tiptoes and I wanted to look elder. But when I was naked, I was sent to the children's barracks. So I knew that's the end, but no other way. There were some 450 children. Every day they were bringing new ones. Now we were chased outside the barracks every day, 2 times a day, and we were learning to make the Mitznauf, and every time we were leaving the barracks, there were guards with clubs, because we had to do it schneller. So it was very schnell, and we were making very nice rows, because we were told that we are lucky, because earlier years, when the row was not very straight, they would shoot along. But at our time, they were only giving some to do, but not shooting. And there came more and more, and we were already Holocaust veterans. I was already more than 3 years hungry, and we were used to it. They were brought children from Belgium, from Holland, and they were crying. They were with clothes from the house, then little boys, and it was awful. And one day we were taken outside, and we marched to the Arbeitsamt, this work office. And the German came out, and he counted us, and there were 507. And he wrote it in this transporter, we 507. And we were taken back. 3 days later, again, we were taken to the Arbeitsamt. But that time, they looked much better. And the German is counting, and there are 514. And that's Deutsche Ordnung. It's written in the transporter and be 507, not 514. So what would every normal person do? Would take the 7 first children and put them away? No, German Ordnung. He asked, who is here above 18? And that was the thing that I wanted to hear. With all my force, I ran, and in some 15 seconds, there were maybe 100 children. But there was a couple there, and I was in the first row of 5, and all of them were already organized in rows of 5. And the German came over, and they took the first row of 5 and 2 of the second row, and it can go away, you don't belong here. And we went, so from 514, we were left 7. And all the other ones were registered, their number and the name. And after several more days, they were called, and trucks were waiting for them. And they were told that they are going to a working camp. But the moment that the trucks moved, a Polish man came out smiling. They think that they are going to a work camp. They are going to Birkenau, not to Auschwitz. They are going directly to the gas chambers. So the 507 children were taken immediately. We came back to the barrack. We didn't know what to do. So we took a mattress from the downstairs bed and we lay on the highest bed on the 3rd floor, covered by a mattress, and we're waiting. What are we doing? Waiting. We don't know what to do. And then a Polish boy went by and shouts, "Who knows how to repair stockings?" And I decided that if I want to survive, I know everything. And I jumped off the bed and I said, "I know." And he took me to his boss, to a Polish capo. And I remembered that my mother would take a stocking and she would make crisscross. And I worked very hard, and the Polish capo liked my work, and he said, "You are working for me, you will work for me." So I had already an address. Now he was the capo responsible for barracks, but his barracks was empty. I knew that I do not want anymore to be in the concentration camp. So at one of the roll calls, I enlisted to go to a working camp. I said, I will take the I will rescue it and I will go with it. And in the meantime, before the group leaves, I was working with this Polish capo, and one day a transport of Jews came in. And I'm asking them, "Jew, where are you from?" And they say, "We're from Kaiserwald, from Riga." And I knew that my uncle from Kaunas was taken to Kaiserwald. So I asked him, is by any chance Dr. Kronson with you? I says, yes, he's here. So I asked him, show him to me, because I didn't see him for several years, and I didn't see him ever in the clothes of a prisoner. So he was not inside. After 10 minutes he came back, and it was a very, very nice meeting, because I was sure from the moment that my mother and my sister didn't come to the camp in Estonia that I'm alone in the world. And all of a sudden I have an uncle. So I was already, I knew already my way in Stutthof. So I said, we have to leave I want to be up to the end of the war with you, I told him, but we have to leave Stutthof together. And then they announced the group that I've registered. So I asked of the Polish capo. He gave me a loaf of bread, and I came with a loaf of bread to the roll call. And I found some boy that agreed to change names and numbers, and I became Azriel Blecher, and he, as Saadia Boksitsky, was taken. And after the war ended, I checked. Saadia Boksitsky also stayed alive. He was rescued in Hamburg. And I, as real Blecher, where we were looking for a chance to leave Stuttgart, and we went to Burggraben near Danzig, to a shipyard, to a submarine shipyard. And the next morning, several thousand of men were divided into 3 groups without asking for professions. So there were 3 groups in a small group left by side. The 3 groups were, one group went to the school of welding, school of blacksmithing, and the school of painters. And I, with my good luck, am a railway man, so I was within a small group attending the railways of the shipyard. And my uncle was at the welding school. Now, and then nothing is simple enough. The Russian front started getting near. The crazy Germans started to chase us to the west. Why? Because we couldn't be faster than the tanks and the cavalry of the Russians. And if they would take us to the west, the Americans came from the west side. But that's what's called the Dead March. So it was the Dead March of more than a week. Days are nice, but I have to come back the days before we went to the Dead March. We were working at the shipyard, and at that time the Germans stopped mass killing. They were killing, but not mass killing, because they didn't need it. It broke out in an epidemic of typhus. Typhus Bahat. It's not stomach typhus that is spread by lice, and everybody had lice. So one of the last days, near the last days of the shipyard, a group of sick people. That's what the Germans did. Instead of shooting or gassing, they took groups of sick people from one camp to another camp. So at that morning, at the roll call, it was announced, where are the doctors? So my uncle and his friend, Dr. Klebanov, went forward. They were sent to tend the sick people, but without any medicines, but they were sent over. And therefore, my uncle and his friend were the first ones to get typhus. And I tried to help my uncle, and I was the third one. But before it takes incubation time of 2 weeks. So my uncle was already sick. I also was, one of the nights, we were on the 3rd floor of the beds. I went down to the toilet, I came back, and I was climbing, and I fainted, and I was hanging down only several seconds. But people thought that that I'm sick. They knew already. Now, we went on the death march when we were already sick, but still not far from there. My uncle already behaved like a sick man, but his friend and myself covered him up. We were pushing him. The Germans shouldn't see that he can't walk. And it was the Dead March, just as it is called, because they didn't prepare food. So sometimes they would get, after every 3-4 days, they would get some bread. Among them, they didn't know. And we went on day and night, taking some rest near the road, sitting on the snow. That was our, and a very great deal of people were reaching the end of the column and they were shot. So we left a lot of the people there, until one night we came to, it was night, gate was opened, we were pushed in, and we went into, there was some camp. We didn't, only the next day we discovered that it was a summer camp of a Hitler Jugend, of the, so there were barracks. On that night we slept over in an open vehicle shed, and somehow there came a warmer wind at night, and some of the snow melted and flooded our shed, and my uncle got wet. And he started trembling. He was jumping. We couldn't help him. He was trembling all the night until morning. It was awful. And then he was very sick already, so he couldn't eat the bread. So I would take his bread and exchange it into potatoes. I don't know where I found a tin case of conserves, of some fish or something, and I don't know where I took matches, because I made a fire and I boiled some potatoes, and that's what my uncle was ready to eat. So I was tending to him, and he was very, very sick. And there were still some snowstorms, and we spent there some time, and we heard the cannonballs coming nearer and nearer, and then it was announced that the camp would be left. But 2 German officers came and took me personally. So I was sure that they would take me 50 meters aside, they would shoot me and go back. But the front was so near that they didn't kill me. They brought me to a little shack. There was a little shack with 2-story beds, a table and 2 benches. It was maybe a shack of teachers, of the instructors. And they opened the door, put me in, left me there. And maybe 20 minutes later, the door was opened one more time, and Germans brought in my uncle and his friends to the same little shack. We heard orders being given, and the camp left. All of a sudden, awful gunfire started. So we decided that they are now killing the Jews that are burnt out. Then they will come and finish us. That's sure enough. But they didn't come, because it became entirely quiet. After we were lying there in the little shack, opening the door, taking a fist of snow and chewing it to have some more water. After 3 days, the door opened. A Polish man asked us, "Do we have food?" So we said, "No, we don't have food." Several days. "What's your problem?" There's a dead frozen horse do you want some meat? So I said, of course we want. He probably had a knife. So he cut some pieces of the horse. We broke a bench. Again, I don't know how we made fire. I don't remember this fact. We made a little fire, breaking the benches. We got some thin skewers, and we made shishlik of a dead horse. And you could see a nice picture. 3 typhus sick bed, sit and eat the dead horse in the room as a first food after 3-4 days of not eating anything. It took me some 10 years to think, why didn't we ask the Polish men what happens outside? We were dying, we were waiting for help, we didn't ask him. And a day afterwards, the door opened and a Russian soldier stood there. So the first thing we should ask him, where can we get help? So he said, I don't know, I'm just a soldier, a regular soldier. And he opened his coat, took out a flat flask, gave every one of us a slug of vodka, and we were free. What we realized, we asked him where to get help, so he said, he doesn't know. But he showed us a direction. He said, 3.5 kilometers this direction, there is a Russian military policeman. He will tell you where to go. So he gave us this vodka and we went away. We were free people. We decided we will go this 3.5 kilometers, but we will not stand because it won't be before the evening. We waited until the morning, put on our torn clothes, and we started, we tried to walk, but from one side, Dr. Klebanov, from one side myself, and in the middle my uncle. After 5 tzadim, my uncle collapsed. We hardly could raise them. We went a little bit, collapsed again. We saw that there's no way to walk with him 3.5 kilometers. So we somehow brought him to a barracks that was on a hill near us. We entered there. There were Jewish sick women on their beds. We left my uncle on the floor there. He was very, very sick then. And Dr. Krivanev and myself went the 3.5 kilometers. Now, all the way were scattered corpses of our guards and dead horses, because the shooting that we were hearing, that was the passing of the front. The Russian army passed there, and they killed the guards, and the Jews disappeared. We didn't know where. So we went 3.5 kilometers. There was a Russian military policeman on the road, near a crossroad. On the road there were a lot of wagons, horse wagons of German refugees were driving, and the policeman said, we'll put you on a wagon and go with them and up to the town of Lauenburg. It's not far. Now it's in Poland, Lemberg. And he put us on, he stopped the German family, and we went on the wagon and we started going. After a kilometer or so, it was stopped by Russian soldiers. The Russian soldiers used whatever they knew in German. They knew two words. It means Frau komm. That's woman komm. Frau komm. They wanted the daughter of the German family. So the head, the father of the family, took out a golden watch and gave it to the Russian. The Russian took the golden watch and they wanted that girl, the girl. So her mother wanted to volunteer to go instead of the daughter, but the Germans, the Russian soldiers didn't want. They wanted the daughter. They took the daughter. The German wagon stopped. We waited. After some half an hour, the daughter returned half dead, and she was crying. She went on the wagon and was crying, and no word was spoken there. No word. And we were going on, and then there was an air attack. I believe that there was an air battle, but the airplane came on the convoy on the road, and all the wagons stopped, and the people dispersed in the field. Now, after the airplane passed, I came back to the same wagon, and he wants to go, so I said, no, you don't go. My friend is not here. And we waited some half an hour, and Dr. Klebanov didn't come. So no way to do anything. I told the German to go. We went into the town of Lauenburg. The town of 30,000 people was empty. And the wagon with the German goes into town. And all of a sudden I see a Jewish man standing there. There was a little wider, the road got wider, was not a circle, there was a wide place. And I asked him, are there some Jews here? So he shows me a building, a 3-floor building, and he says, there in this house there are Jews. So I stopped the Germans, and I went, the house was some 30 meters from the road. There was a path to come. Downstairs, I found a door. I opened the door. There were 2 German women. I asked for bread and water. I ate and drank, and I fainted because I was already very sick. But there was something interesting. When my fever was high, I was more or less acting. I was talking nonsense sometimes, but I was talking. But when the fever fell, I fell also. So I was sleeping on the floor where the 2 German women were. And when I got up, my uncle's friend, Dr. Klebanov, was in the same room, in a city of 30,000 people, by chance. When I got up, I told him I'm going to look for help for my uncle. So he said, you're not able to. So I said, I'm able. And I started to walk. When I reached the street, I fell again. I crawled back and I slept. I don't know how long I slept. But when I got up, my uncle was in the same apartment. And all there were people on both floors. No one of them survived. Because we started to eat something. We found, after several days, my uncle started to function. Only his friend had some complication of the typhus, and he had awful pain in his legs, in his feet. So we found a pharmacy, and my uncle found there vitamin C. he would give vitamin C to us, amount of tablets for a year he would give us every day. And I found 20 liters of jam, and I kept it near my bed, and I would always take it. I had a spoon, I would take a spoon of jam. And we started somehow living, and then one evening, knocks on the door. And we opened, and there were Russian soldiers shouting, your house is on fire, you have to come out. And they took my uncle, and they brought him across the street to a little house. There was still snow, and I wanted to, I was sure that I can't put on shoes to Dr. Klebanov, but I wanted to put in stockings, at least stockings, because I can't take him out to the snow when he's so ill. And I held back, and he's shouting, and I put on one stocking, and the Russians are opening the door. You will be burned. And somehow, after a short time, I succeeded to put on the second stocking, and a Russian sergeant came in, and we took Dr. Klebanov from both sides. I from one side, the Russian sergeant from the other side. And at the second we were in the door. The second we entered the doorways, the house collapsed. And all the Jews that were in the two stores, all of them were burned alive. What we learned very quickly, that the Russians found a factory of vodka. They drank as much as they could. They filled their canteens with vodka, and two of them had a bottle of 50 liters. And they came in town. And now, after they rescued us, and the house was burned, they said what the Russians were always saying: if you're our friends of ours, you are drinking with us. If you are not our friends, you are our enemies, so we'll shoot you. They shoot several bullets into the ceiling. And they found 3 tin cans, and they filled it with vodka. They gave to the 3 of us. So my uncle said, be careful. The child cannot drink so much. So they are angry. So he said, I will volunteer, I will drink his vodka too. And my uncle drank two cups of vodka, and he slept more than 24 hours. But he felt good. We discovered some medical discovery that a lot of vodka for a person that had typhus was good. So there are many things. No, I think I spoke too much.
Can I ask just
after some time, when we ate already, my uncle rescued many Jews, because after the camps they started to eat.
Too much?
Yes. So he found in the pharmacy applesauce, and he gave them a diet of apples only, and I saved them. Now, when we got a little bit stronger, we wanted to go back to Lithuania, because my uncle had a wife and 3 children. He left in Lithuania. So we went to the railway station. It was outside Lauenburg. And they were laughing at us, because they said, you don't go to the east. To the east, you have first of all to be some weeks in the quarantine. but there is a waiting list of several weeks. Come after 3 weeks, we will go into the quarantine, and then we will see. When we went back to town, we heard that a Russian military hospital got the building of a German hospital, and they had start working, healing the Jews from the camps around. So my uncle and Klebanov got departments at the Russian hospital because the commander of the hospital and his deputy, both of them were Jewish doctors, and they studied in Moscow. And my uncle in Moscow, and my aunt's husband was a professor at the faculty of medicine. So after several months, with a lot of stories, because I was involved, I was working as an interpreter, German and Russian, and there were groups of villages that had to supply food to the hospital. The hospital didn't get supplies from Moscow. So there was a Russian sergeant, there was a Russian soldier, a girl, that was managing the kitchen there, and the Germans of several villages were working for us. And then the sergeant came over to the hospital and he asked, is there somebody that can interpret German to Russian? So I went to the village, and after some time of making vodka and drinking vodka, because I realized after half a year that I have never sown money. Everything was for I wanted shoes. So they made for me shoes at the shoemaker's shop of the Russian division, because I gave them several bottles of vodka. And I would take parts of bicycles from the Germans. I would mount bicycles, paint them, go to the vodka factory and exchange it to vodka. I had a hand watch. I was made shoes. And after several months, we got a letter from the commander of the hospital, and we went to Berlin. And also we take with us some 8 bottles of vodka, because we reached Stettin was the end of the Russian zone. Of the Russian zone, and the train, the Russian railway has another dimension than the Western. A train cannot go from Russia to the West. They must change trains. And in Stettin, when we finished going with the Russian train, we went off. There were some 4,000 or 5,000 people waiting at the train station. There were no station, they were waiting, and they were always shooting, because like in the Wild West, they were robbed. So we decided that the next train would be next morning. We will go back to town and we will sleep, but we will go to the police station. And we gave the policeman 2 bottles of vodka, and we asked if we can sleep over with him. So he said, last night they threw a hand grenade into the station, There's no chance that they will throw an hand grenade this night also. So you can sleep easy here. And in the morning we had still vodka. We gave it to two officers who brought us to the railway. And when the train from the west came over, the Russian soldiers pointed the weapons and they put us on the train, and then we went away, so the other ones came over. And then after some 10 days in Berlin, the train went to Berlin. We were there at a place that were Jews from the camps were concentrated there, at the Rickerstrasse. I remember the name, and 40 years after that, I took a guided tour in Berlin, and we reached Rickerstrasse. So I said to the guide, I remember the name. I was in Rickerstrasse. So I said, yes, you were here. It took me a little bit farther. There was a stone plate was saying that here were concentrated the Jews. So we were said that an airplane will wait to take a group of young people to Palestine, and Russian military trucks came to take us, but they didn't stop at the way to the airport. They were taking us. We were driving almost all the night to Frankfurt. And from Frankfurt we were put on a train, and we were sent to Paris. And in Paris they didn't know what to do. We were a group from, so a long stories, but it took me less than 12 months. I was liberated March 10th, 45, and 27th February 46, I reached Palestine, Haifa. So I'm laughing always when I'm sad, talking to children that the airplanes were flying very slowly at that time.
And can I ask, Saadia, at this time, did you know what happened to your mother and your sister?
I didn't know until 1970, because my sister stayed alive when they took my mother to Ponar. They were hiding in this hiding place in our apartment 14 days after the liquidation of the day. After 10 days, people came and took the furniture, so they took the cabinet, but they kept the handle of the door so strongly. There were 13 people inside. There were 14. I was reborn in Israel because I went to the Aliyat Noar, and I was, after a year and a half, I was an Israeli. And we had a very, very successful group. They wanted us to found Eilat in Rashrash. That was after the decision of the United Nations in 47, in 29 of November. So, but the independence was started, and we volunteered to the Palmach. You know what the Palmach is? There was elite infantry unit, and we were at the 5th Brigade fighting for Jerusalem. So my group lost, our brigade lost 23%. You know that the population of Israel lost 1%. So 600,000 lost 6,000. And we lost 5 were dead, and several were in the hospital, wounded afterwards. And I was among the founders of Yishuv Bishlat, a new settlement above Latrun, the way to Jerusalem, in Tel Gezer. Now it's the archaeologists ruined all because Gezer was given as a present to King David, I think, by Paro. So I was for more than a year at Kvutzat HaMilim Tel Gezer. It was, and there were problems because we didn't have girls. There were 12 girls, 8 of them married at the very beginning, and we were about 80 people there. So it exploded, and then they didn't want to let me to go. I wanted to be an engineer because when I was in the 3rd grade, I wrote that when I will be an adult, I want to be an engineer to go to Palestine and build the homeland. So I was at the age of 8, so I decided to learn, and it was not so simple because I didn't learn 4 years. After the Holocaust, my handwriting was of the 1st grade. It was entirely degraded. Although I working in the ghetto, I get my most important award because afterwards I got the Pras Bitochon Israel. That's the award by the president for the defense of Israel. But that's nothing because at the ghetto they made a course for apprentices, and I took it very seriously. We learned mechanics and electricity, and I got a prize. I got a whole kilogram of sugar. That was like thousands of dollars. That's really unbelievable. I came home with a kilogram of sugar. So, but I left. They tried to influence me not to leave the world, to work at politics because they thought that I'm built for it and tried to influence me. That's a long story by itself, but I went and I worked and studied, and 52 I started the Technion. I made my matriculation exams, but they would give the diploma after a year. So my picture of the diploma, I have already the sign of the Technion because they would get the knowledge before we get it. And I started studying. After 3 years of study, and I worked very, very hard because I had to pay tuition, I had to pay my living and food, and it was very hard. But I did it. But after the 3rd year, I met my wife, and was married. So the 4th year, I was already all set because my wife was a teacher. And before that, and I used to visit her. Somehow my shoes were scratching. She was living with the family, so she bought me a pair of shoes, and she bought me pajamas, and I was ready to get married. So we were married, and then we went for a student exchange program to Europe. And we came back, it was 56, that was the Sinai War. when we entered the ship in Marseille, the war began. It was I saw it in the French newspapers. Before going, I applied to several places to go to work. But when we came, the day we arrived, there was the end of. There was no light. You shouldn't show light. It was darkened because of the war, and that was the day when they stopped it because it took a week more or less. But I was looking for my military unit. I was in the reserve forces, and all of a sudden I got a letter that I was accepted to Rafael, Armament Development Authority. I wanted to work somewhere near Tel Aviv, but no, there were no men outside, and until I waited to find where my unit is, and I got an order. A man came to tell me that next morning I have to come to Rosh Pina, and I somehow found the first bus, and the bus some days before it was attacked by Arabs, and our driver was afraid to go. But when I came to Rosh Pina, I found my military unit giving back their equipment because they were afraid that it was the end of the war. And so I went to Rafael, and I worked for 37 years. There I got my Prize Bitochon Israel. I got the most important award that I got for me it was most important that I absorbed many young engineers. When they reached high ranks at work, so they decided that I have to get an award for what I did for them. So I was that time at Stanford as a visiting professor, and I heard that I was given the award, and my children get it in my name. So I worked 37 years, and at the age of 65, after 37 years, I left, and I decided every day less of an engineer, more an artist, and I made a career as an artist. I have already nearly 30 environmental sculptures, big ones. And I've made more than 31 personal shows. And I showed my work in Japan, in France, in Austria. I have a sculpture in Cyprus. Yes, Cyprus is they have an agreement with Haifa. They are brothers. So I made two brother towns on a common sea. So I made waves and two rings interwaved. So now everybody that is marrying in Limassol takes a picture with my sculpture.
And this is, I think, also part of your...
that's something, nothing, because in my real home, I have more than 300 works at the display.
This is beautiful. And on a more serious note, and can I ask you, Saadia, when did you find out what had happened to your mother and your sister?
In 1970, my sister came. She studied in Lithuania, But she was afraid. It was a Russian Lithuania. She was
Did you
afraid to
know that
ride.
she had survived? Did you know that she had survived the war?
Yes, at the Russian hospital, my uncle wrote a letter by military mail to Kaunas, and it was hanged at the Jewish community there. And after 3 weeks came a letter which announced that his wife and the 3 children were burned alive the last night when the Germans withdrew. They put on fire the entire street, and they were there in the basement. And it was written there that my sister survived. And then I got 3 letters during 27 years that I didn't see her. And when she came, in my book it's called The Story. And I bring it here. You also hear the stories when she came in 1970s, near the end. But here I'm writing about them. They went into a hiding place when the ghetto was liquidated. And I told you that 10 days after the liquidation, the furniture was removed. But on the 14th day, Polish men get responsibility for several houses, and he discovered the people in the hiding place, and he called the police. And there were 40 when they entered, and 1 woman died there, and she was thrown out, and 13 people were. When the police came, they asked, "How many are you?" And the old man, the man from the family that lived with us, and who said that we were 13. And everybody was angry at him because there was a girl of the age, more or less of the age of my sister. She went into a cupboard. My sister wanted to go to the same cupboard. She didn't let her. And the policeman found her and took her away. My sister went into the kitchen. The kitchen was without windows. There was a baking oven and a cooking stove with a narrow place between them. And all of the kitchen was black because there were no windows. And it was entirely dark. My sister stood between the cooking stove and the baking oven. And then everybody was taken. They found only 12 people. They were looking around. They didn't find my sister, and they went away. But when they went down with all the people, one of the policemen came back, went straight to the kitchen, and told my sister, "You think that I didn't see you? I saw you, but you're in such a bad situation that let God help you," and he left.
Was it a Lithuanian policeman?
What can I say? My sister was not consistent. Once it was a Lithuanian and once it was a Ukrainian. I don't know who it was. But the fact is right, but I don't know. She changed the version. And so my mother was taken to Panar, and my sister jumped over waited until night. She jumped over the fence of the ghetto, and she went to our apartment. Our maid, Rosalia, was in the apartment, but she said whenever, the moment she saw my sister, she said, "I can't keep you because my friend is a policeman, and he will take you to the German police." So she asked her at least to let her sleep this evening, and she showed Rosalia showed my sister, here, you see, I'm keeping the things of Bukshitskene. My mother, you don't touch it even, because it's only for your mother. And she put her to sleep on the floor, and her friend came, and she somehow persuaded him that my sister is a relative of hers from the village, and he shouldn't touch her, he shouldn't talk to her. And in the morning she went, my mother gave her the address of the son of his friend that was a doctor in Alytus, and his son lived in Vilnius. So my sister knew his address. But she came there to go to him, and she found a German police station downstairs. But there was to cleaning the floor, D, and a broom. She took them and she went up the stairs. So the Germans didn't pay attention to her, and she knocked on the door of this the son of my father's friend. He opened the door and he saw a girl that 2 weeks she didn't wash herself. She was stinking, and he closed the door, but she managed to put her leg so he couldn't close the door. And she told them that she is Bukshitsky, and he let her in. And they were very interesting things, because I got some a year ago, I got a memoir of a teacher of my sister that organized for her a document. The man that rescued her, first of all, gave her clothes of his wife. She washed herself, was thinking. And he called my sister's teacher, and she agreed to prepare papers for her. And so now exactly the details, because she wrote it in her memoir, that she met the Janavichus, and Kazis Janavichus, and she went to the school after the hours. The school, she was the principal of the school, and that was the secretary, and she found the document for their students, and she knew a girl, a student that died some 2 years earlier, so she had a name. She was Valeria Karalevichute. Now she needed a passport picture, so her daughter had a girlfriend. It was a Karaim, I think, and she was dark, so she decided that that's the nearest picture to a Jewish girl. So she put the picture on the document, and she made the stamp on the face, and that was my sister's document. So I know that my sister didn't behave well. The family that rescued her, that she came to them, they couldn't keep her because there were the Germans downstairs. So they found somebody that lived in a farther away area in Vilnius, and they took my sister there. And her teacher writes that Lila was very impatient. They went with her, and she was talking with a full voice, and she said, when I was in the ghetto, and the teacher said, pulled her by her arm, be quiet, people were here, listen to you. Oh, she was awful. Then she even when she was with this man in the apartment in Vilna, he told her not to go in the street. Nobody should see her from the window. But she went out in the street, and then they found a truck that was going to Alytus, and the man sent my sister to his mother in Alytus. But his mother had two German officers that were living there, and she kept my sister for several days in the basement. And her maid knew about it, and she would bring her food. And then she managed to find a place in a village with villagers which were ready to accept my sister. And then she looked for a driver that can take her to the village. And if she found somebody, I met him after years when he got the award from the president of Lithuania, the one that drove her and the family of the village got awards for rescuing her. But then the mother of this man came over to my sister and told her, I found a place to put you in the village, and I found a driver to take you, but I'm not sure if the driver will take you to the village or he will take you to the German Gestapo, because the Gestapo pays for it. He can't get money. So she let my sister to decide if she believes or not, and my sister decided to go to the village, and there she was rescued. That's also very many things.
And you didn't manage to meet each other?
No, only 1970. Because I didn't return to Lithuania, and she was in the Russian Lithuania. She was afraid to write to me. So 3 times she wrote to me.
And did she get married?
She got married, but she had no children. She had problems with her husband. She lived in Haifa, and she died 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
That's a long
And I just want to ask you, Saadia, because it's so, when you saw your sister after all those years, it must have been incredibly emotional.
Oh, that was something. I managed to write her a letter to her when she came from Lithuania. We knew that the people that are going from Lithuania to Israel are concentrated in Vienna, in Austria. And there was a mother of a friend of ours. She was coming to meet the people. So I sent a letter to my sister. The letter is part of the letter is here in the book somewhere. That's my wife at a young age.
Can we just show? Because it's a beautiful picture.
She's serving in the Navy.
And how many years have you been married?
Please?
How many years?
We are married 69 years.
Ken and her, that's
at
amazing.
the 68th anniversary, I told my wife that it's a very, very impressive number, 68 years, but 70 years is nicer.
It is
so
awesome.
we are now working towards 70 years.
It's wonderful.
So June the 2nd was 69 years.
It's wonderful.
So there is, must be the copy of the letter which I wrote to I don't remember where it is. This is the sign of the Pras B'tachon Israel, the President Award.
And who was the president who gave the award?
Please?
Who was the president?
I think that there was Ezer Weizmann, I think, at this time. I don't remember already.
It's a big scotch, it's a big honor.
Yes, but there are two letters. There is my speech in the name. Here I went in the Palmach. Where is it? Oh, that's after a battle.
If you can just lift a little. It's incredible. But your meeting with your sister,
Please.
was it must have been so emotional.
First of all, my sister asked if we have a store of flowers, because my friends at work sent to me so many flowers that the room was, our apartment was full of flowers. So she asked, do you have a business of flowers, selling flowers? It was very interesting.
And what did you speak? Did she still remember her Yiddish?
We spoke Yiddish, and I very soon she learned. She got back her Hebrew.
Her Hebrew.
And I spoke to her Yiddish, and I was telephoning her. She was at an ulpan, and one day I called her, and I started speaking to her Hebrew. I said, so do you have to speak Hebrew on the telephone also? How come I don't find my letter? It should be right. Oh, that's my speech in Yiddish that I gave in the name of my group. I had a farewell to we were for several weeks in a Jewish orphanage in north of France, Caïs-sur-Eure. So that's my speech.
And how old were you when you wrote the speech?
Please?
How old were you at that time?
I was 17.
17, wow. And your Hebrew, you were fluent in Hebrew?
Yeah, but it's a very, very nice Zionistic speech. And I'm telling them that there are many people that worked for the fatherland that did much contribute more than us. So they should be allowed to go to Eretz Israel before us. But if the Jewish Ben-Gurion, they decided that we shall go before, so they want the young people to fight. So we will repay our debt that will come. It's a very nice speech.
It's wonderful.
Talking here about that we will build our fatherland, and there will not be any more Russian Jews and Polish Jews. Every Jew will be a Jew that has his fatherland. And to my sister I also wrote a letter, but I don't know where it is.
And Saadia, your family, they became close with your sister as well?
Please?
Your family, they were close with your sister, your wife and your family?
Yes, but we had problems because she was already more or less Russian, and she had another approach. And her husband was he was a manufacturer. He had a little fabric of 35 people, and he was the president of the fabric. And so we had problems.
But her husband came as well?
We were close, please.
Her husband came to Israel as well?
She
came with her husband?
She married here.
She married here?
She married here. And he didn't want her to be pregnant because his wife committed suicide. There's a lot of problems. There are many of my works. Even in the I call it schol. You know what schol means? It's the problem that there is the dead son is like their parents, and the dead couple.
It's magnificent. Wow.
I see that I didn't put here monuments. That's part of my studio.
And you've enjoyed it.
Please?
You've enjoyed doing the art.
Oh,
That's incredible.
It's interesting because here you have some pictures of monuments at the end. It's only an epilogue.
So here we have these pictures.
Here, this is in Cyprus. This is in Cyprus. That's an early picture of our clan. We have a nice, because I have 8 grandchildren and 5 plus great-grandchildren. So we are a very
wonderful.
Large.
And Saadia, if I can ask you, what message do you impart to your children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren?
First of all, I'm very proud that my 3 children know exactly my story, but no one of them has complexes of the second generation. They are regular Israeli people, because there are very many people that had survivors as parents that are complicated for 1 or 2 generations. Yes, at work. I put only 2 pictures at work on the 37 years.
That's incredible.
Yes, apropos the first Israeli missile.
And you helped?
I was the chief engineer of ground support equipment. I made the electrical, the mechanical launching for. That's for the artillery. I launched this missile from an airplane and from a destroyer, from a ship. The Achi-Lat, the destroyer that was sunk by the Egyptians, its torpedo shooting device is in the museum here, because I took it off before it was sunk.
Wow. Saadia, I just want to thank you. I'm going to... if I can just come inside.
So I want to take it to give you a book.
Saadia, I will treasure it, but here you have your book in Lithuanian as well.
No, in Lithuanian they don't have many. I have 1,000 books in Vilna, but they didn't. They asked for me for 1,000 books and they are not able to sell.
Wow. Well, Saadia, I want to thank you. It's been the greatest honor and privilege. There are no words. What you went through, and to see you sitting here, and you are so positive, but you've been through like hell. You've been through a real hell, and you've come out of it, and you smiling. And the name of your book is From Childhood Paradise to Hell and Back.
Yeah.
You are somebody I think we can all strive to emulate. You are an example. You have such a tremendous zest for life, and you were so Zionistic, and you helped establish this country. And
yes.
I am just in awe. I really am. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's been the most extraordinary privilege to be here in your home in Kiryat Bialik, and I am extremely grateful to you. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
You should maybe stream Glassman. Many more years of happiness and just joy and smachot from your family.
I will at least sign it for you.
Thank you so much. It is I'm so grateful to you.
I hope that you will enjoy reading the first part about my happy childhood. The second part, my Holocaust story, may be difficult to read, but I believe that the direct testimony is important for the next generations.
And Saadia, from you doing this interview, people will be so inspired, and I think whoever watches this interview, they won't be the same afterwards.
I have it. I'm giving Zikaron Basalon. You know what it is. So this year I had 4 of them, and so I'm meeting many people, and then filmed. If you enter Wikipedia in Hebrew, Wikipedia, Saadia Bahat, so you find links to video films, to different things.
It's so important.
And the film of Yad Vashem, I'm always laughing that the film of Yad Vashem is a Holocaust for vegetarians, because they do not give really hard facts. Well, it's a film for the school of the Holocaust studies in next generations, and they do not want to keep it very strict. So
But I think what we've done today, you've told it as it is, and it's so important. Saadia, thank you so very much.